What are y'all doing? What I'm doing is untwisting 3 more blades and we'll be ready to go because I never time it just right. That's how we scroll. Hello, Mr. John Nave. Y'all bear with me. This is just one of those little things that have to be done. Smoking doesn't have to be done, so I'll get that off the screen. Got my Dr. Pepper ready. We're all stocked up, by golly. And what I'm doing when I say I'm untwisting blades, it's because a Hegner needs completely flat ends because their clamps are very unforgiving. So I use bent nose, needle nose pliers, and I use that to hold it, and then I use a little fishing hook tool to untwist, and that way, because with a Hegner clamp being so narrow like that, it has to be going one direction there and the same direction up here, and if it's facing this way, I have to untwist it that way. So I hope that made sense. I only got 2 more to do, so y'all bear with me. Hello, Mr. Herb Hooper. Peanut and Jeff Dunham. That's funny right there. Almost done. I try to get these things done before we go live, but once I set the time, it's inconvenient switching it 3 or 4 times, which I've done in the past. But y'all bear with me. We're going to get there. Mr. Herb Hooper was the winner of the pilot hole count, and he is joining us. No rush on your choice because there's that website will still be there if I have any choice over. Hello, Mr. Chad Benton. You're on lunch break. All right. Well, I appreciate you sneaking on. You're welcome to take the rest of the day off if you want to stay here and watch. I'm just kidding. Apparently making money is a priority for some people. That's funny right there. Come on now. Now we're wide awake so far, and no technology issues yet. And we are done untwisting blades. So I'm going to put that in the what do you call it? In the saw, and then we will get going. Believe it or not, I'm using number 3s on this project. I don't have to, but I'm going to. Hello, Vince. Appreciate you being here, sir. What the hell? I can't. I first time I did that impression, I could do it. Now I can't. I'm gonna check the tension first because the last blades we were working with were number 5, so the tension is not the same with the number 3. But I'm gonna start out loosening it quite a bit. Hopefully it doesn't break, but if it does, we got a whole bunch more. All right, y'all want me to scroll or something? Is that why y'all are here? Yeah, the hole count was 141, Mr. Chad Benton. And Herb Hooper was like 1 off, I think. Closest we've ever gotten. But this project shouldn't, I say shouldn't take too long, but you know me. Because people ask me, how long is that going to take you? And I have no idea, because I could say, oh, probably a couple hours, but nope. I'm here 5 hours later and it's still going. Well, we'll see. If I ever get started, that is. And I will set the camera here in a second as soon as I take me a good old swig of Dr. Pepper. Hope y'all got your drinks ready, whatever your beverage of choice is. This is live stream number 46. All right. Okay, let me get this in here, and you know the piece has a face, so we got to start with the eye. But I'll put it through the pilot hole here, and then we will reset that camera to a better spot. And y'all might get dizzy in the process, but we're going to get there. And I can already feel this crane jumping around, so this could be one of those days. I got to reset all kinds of crap. I should have had this done, but that would have been way too organized. So I'm tightening the top of the crane so it's a little more secure. Ooh, y'all bear with me, I'm stretching beyond my human capacity. Getting the height set up, and then I'll get the angle, I think. Alright, that is just not working for me. Come on now, stay there. As you know, per the usual, I'm very, very, very organized. Hello, Mr. Tim Calandrino. Yep, need that Dr. Pepper, by golly. It is a requirement. Sorry for blinding y'all with that light, but hopefully this angle will work. And y'all let me know if it starts fluctuating. It'll just mean I need to get closer with the camera. And Chad Benton says, I'm gutting 2 bathrooms to make one big one. Keeping the paneling to practice on. That's good. All right, now the people are talking amongst themselves. We're getting ready to go here. I got to light my good luck stogie, and we're going to roll right on into it. This pattern is available at woodenvisions.com. And we are cutting it at about 16 inches wide by 18 3/4 tall, which for me is amazing because usually I do 20 feet tall. I feel like I should have a better camera angle. Oh, let me work on that right quick. Like to be more up close and personal, I tell you what. It goes all back to that organization. We're nice and organized over here. Come on now. There you go. Gotta tighten it up again. My fat little hands cannot fit in that little area there. Alright, that is much, much better, isn't it? Ooh. That's just sexy right there. Look at all that perfect camera angle and everything, I tell you what. And that didn't cost y'all a thing. Alright, let's get going on this puppy. Let's see if we can do this without breaking a blade right off the bat. You know, and we can't start too good, so I'm going to re-put it in the clamp, and if it still makes that noise, then that means I need to adjust the tension a little better. Yep. See, because we couldn't have it going too smoothly on the first cut, you know. That's when we have to dial everything in. Hollywood needs more cameramen, by golly. I hear you. All right, this is another one of them projects. I'm going to go as long as I humanly possibly can, but I am not going to run out of Dr. Pepper. I have enough, so worry not, my friends. There we go. This piece is a little bitty, but it's already cupped, so that's going to be fun. I worked on a piece 3 feet wide that was not cupped, and this little bitty one is cupped. That's just lovely. Using number 3 flat-ended spiral Flying Dutchman, 22-inch Hegner saw, 1/4-inch maple ply wood. bad thing about when I zoom in too close, if I go off the line, y'all will see it, and I won't look perfect. Can't have me not looking perfect, my God. All right, one cut is done. Thank y'all for being here. We'll see you next time. Just kidding. Where we at? Everybody's talking between each other. Vince Moser says, did you get in my invite to the Koala Cuts for Charity group? Sounds like a great cause. Yes, sir, it is. And I didn't get it because I've been prepping all morning, or somewhat prepping all morning. But yeah, that's a Botus Helder. I don't know how to say his name. It's either Botus or Botas. Helder designed a koala pattern. It is free, I think. 99% sure it's free. And when you cut it, you sell it and send the proceeds to Australian charities. Always got to support the community and support people worse off than us, regardless of where in the world they live. That's a good thing that Botas is doing. I don't know who started it. Maybe it was Botas. I know he designed it, but I don't know who started the let's make it a charity thing. But it may have been him as well. Good designer. Does not charge for his patterns that I'm aware of, unless things have changed. Look at that little bitty piece and it's already cupped. That's just a pain in the patootie. Appreciate y'all being here. I know you don't have to be. It's always cool. We have people on Facebook and YouTube. For anybody on Facebook, if you hear me reading the comments, because some of the comments are from YouTube and y'all can't see those comments, and people on YouTube can't see the Facebook comments. So that's why I read them out loud when there's nobody on the panel to read them for me. And also, if you're watching on Facebook, most of the time the chat is more active on YouTube and it stays in order, and the video quality is usually better on YouTube. But in order to comment from YouTube, you would need to create an account. But it doesn't cost anything. I changed my mind about which direction I wanted to cut that. And I'll explain in a second why I cut in certain directions on certain cuts. Okay, the reason why I chose to cut counterclockwise on this is because when I have a cut like this, that where it would be easier to cut it from this side because of that little hook right there coming from a point, I choose to come at it from that side. That way I didn't have to come from this side and then curl back. It just seemed easier to come from the right side. And I did the same thing on the eye. I don't know if y'all can see that. On the eye, I came from the left so I could cut that line and not have to come this way and jump back. So hopefully that makes sense. It's not a requirement, it's just how I do things. And I'll catch up on the comments here in just a second. Anybody has any questions whatsoever, it doesn't matter if you're a beginner, it's okay. We all start sometime. If I can't help you, I guarantee you somebody else can. Hello, Mr. Lawrence Aldridge. Appreciate you being here, sir. I know I said something last night about coming back after I got the Dr. Pepper, but I realized that it was like 1 in the morning. I said, nah, you know what? Let's just start tomorrow, and tomorrow is now, so here we are. Hello, Mr. Dan Carmody. Carmody, I don't remember how the heck to say that, but appreciate you being here. We are not going to run out of Dr. Pepper today, by golly. Feel like I might need to change that camera angle just a tad. Let's go a little lower with it, and a little further back. That looks right nice right there. All right. I know some of y'all might be in shock that I'm not cutting this 3 feet tall, but it does prove some of my designs can be cut somewhat small. I gotta remind myself not to push into that blade or I'll break it. Let the blade do the cutting. And for anybody watching for the first time, if you see me going back and forth, that's because I got a little wave in the line, and I'm using the barrel blade as a little sander to wave or nick away at the little wave in the line. Have you counted the blades that you break in the bigger pieces or not? No, I never count the blades I break. I feel like I need a better camera angle and I can't zero it in where I want it, dagnabbit. I'm used to having this gigantic piece here to work with, but hopefully this works for y'all. If not, y'all let me know. Feedback is important to me. If y'all want me to get more above it, I can do that. I just try to show where the blade is going in and out. I have you in my spell. All right. Now there's certain areas that are a little weaker. That, well, I'm just giving an example. When I talk about saving waste pieces, there's no floaters in this one, but places like this aren't going to have the real, wait, let me try to get a better angle. I mean, that's going to hold on, but for the sake of sanding everything, you know, in this case, we're sanding off the carbon paper lines, so we want to save the waste piece that comes out of here to lay it back in there to give something for the palm sander to go across, and that can't vibrate across and break. I feel like I need to back the camera up a little bit. You know me, Mr. Decisive. Where do I want to get? Dagnabbit, can't zero it in, but we'll get there. Yeah, so that's what we're doing there. Why can't I get this? I usually have a perfect angle, but I say that, but I usually don't. Usually I'm working on a much bigger piece, so I'm still trying to get it at a pleasant view. Her Dan Kermody says, I'm sure you've answered this question, which is fine. How do you finish your portraits like the Founding Fathers? Well, when I get done, because I use carbon paper, I have to sand off the carbon paper lines. And I do that with either 150 or 220. And then I will just try to find a clear coat, whatever your preference is. And that's how I finish them. I also glue a backer onto the back with, some people use flat black, some people use gloss black. I use gloss black on my backers. I just like the look of glossy black. So glossy black backer, glue this to it, and then clear coat it with my favorite brand used to be Deft, D-E-F-T, and I can't find it anymore, so now I just get whatever I can. But that's how I finish them. Hello, John Hillstrom. Appreciate you being here, sir. All right. Again, this piece is a little bit cupped. So when I'm on this side of the piece, I'm going to be holding down this side. When I'm working over there, I'll be holding that down. And actually, I haven't been asked that question a lot, but even if I had, I don't mind repeating myself because not everybody here is here for every live feed, and I get that. I do not mind answering questions. If I know the answer, I'll tell you, and if I don't, I'll hopefully somebody in the chat can help, or I'll try to lead you to somebody that does. I don't usually add a finish or backer to my pieces unless they sell, because I don't want to spend the extra time unless somebody wants it. That's because I don't get out of the house enough. So if I was going to go to a show or something, yeah, I would have everything backed and clear coated. But This blade is acting dull, and I don't know why, because it's brand new. Mr. Dave Gatton buys deft at Ace Hardware. I have an Ace Hardware near me, but I didn't see it there, but that's always been my favorite brand. Appreciate you being here, Dave. Dan Carmody says, thanks. Back to the workshop to finish the Founding Fathers. Yeah, it took me a couple feeds to get mine done. Top up. All right. Chad Benton says, head back to the job site. Have a great afternoon, everyone. Appreciate you being here. Everybody's just running off. What are you leaving? Just kidding. Appreciate everybody being here. I know you don't have to be. We're going to take us a swig of Dr. Pepper because we can. You're welcome. You're welcome. Plus, y'all ran off anyway, so I'm going to drink. I'm just kidding. We still got 10 people watching. I appreciate you. I only finished the Founding Fathers. That was 37 inches wide by 23 7/8 tall. And if you're just joining, this one is 16 inches wide by 18 3/4 tall. It makes too much sense for me to make things perfectly frameable sizes, so I just print them out, and whatever size they end up, that's what I cut them. Now you may notice how close I got on this line, but that's okay. We can adjust when we cut the other side. We just cut wide of that line. 'Tis not the end of the world, my friends. We shall survive. We just have to make little adjustments now and then. What's everybody working on right now besides watching the live stream? What projects y'all having going on? I'm genuinely interested. I like to know what other people are working on. I try to do at least one live feed a day, if not two. Yesterday we got two. We'll probably do two again today. Or just one really long one. The other day, 2 days ago, we did an 11-hour live feed. Because that's how much we love scrolling, by golly. Again, because I cut past the line on that one area, we're just going to adjust by cutting wider. And if we want to go a little narrower, we can. Once you sand off the lines, nobody will know. And I'm sure y'all will help me keep that secret. Something doesn't feel right with the blade, but worst that'll happen is the blade will break, and we'll get another one. But so far it's working with us. It's acting dull, and it shouldn't be. I haven't done that many cuts on it. I think part of the problem is that shelf paper underneath might be peeling up a little bit, and it's catching on the underside of the wood. Or we'll blame it on that. Oh. All right, no new comments because people done run off, but that's fine. Getting debris out of there. All right, where we at? Herb Weber says, actually, I'm watching you in a comedy show out of Ireland. All right. Lawrence Alder says, I cut out some small butterflies and flowers with wood and paper in the middle of pieces and plywood and framed it. Store-bought frame. Frame looked rustic. Nice. Look for my little razor blade to peel that paper down or scrape it down so it doesn't keep raising up. I feel like I want to turn the camera to the other side of the table, which is not impossible, but it will take a little bit of finagling. That way y'all can see this right side up while I'm working on it. Because I like to give the viewers a better angle than I have. So let's try that. It could take a little bit of finagling, but y'all bear with me. Nope, we can't do that because the camera cord. Dag blabbit. Well, wait, let me adjust things. Sorry, folks. Let me untangle cords and see if we can get a little more length out of this cord. And I will try to put the camera on the other side of the project so y'all can see it right side up while we're working on it. But I do have a bunch of clustered up stuff over here. Okay, I think I gave myself enough room now. We're going to get there. because I am highly, highly, highly organized, as you well know. And I don't know if that's going to be any better. Maybe. We'll see. I gotta, of course, that puts the cord right in my way. But we're gonna deal. Let me clamp it in place, and then we'll adjust the whatchamacallit. That's the technical term, is whatchamacallit. That way at least y'all get to see it right side up. I don't know how much better that worked, if I'm being honest with myself. But we'll work with it. I gotta get this camera cord out of my way now. Can't be having that. Nope. Oh well, I'll just drape it below the table. We'll figure something out here. Yeah, you got to deal with this camera cord, so let me figure out a way to move it. Okay, hopefully that works. And we're pretty much stuck with where the light's at, because if we try to move that, we'll bump the camera, and we don't want to do that. All right, let's do this. Want to straighten that line. Don't have to, but I want to. And that blade's bouncing a little bit, so it's making it a little difficult. Worst problems to have. Camera's usually on the opposite side of me, but I'm trying to experiment with angles and stuff. Now, just because for visual comfort, I'm going to go right back around to the beginning of that cut and then turn the piece and cut where I'm pushing the piece away from me. And we know the saw's capacity is 22 inches. This is 18 3/4 tall, so I know I'm not going to hit the back of the saw, so that's not a concern. And we're going to adjust the camera angle again. Sorry about that. Didn't know so much of it was off the screen. I was trying to put it through a dot on the wood rather than the pilot hole, and that wasn't going to work. And I might bump the camera a few times because it's actually much closer than it usually is. But we'll try our best to work around it. Let's take a drink just because we can. Yeah, that's probably better. That'll keep the camera out of my way a little bit, although the cord's still there. It actually feels strange cutting a piece so small. Herb Hooper says, hopefully I'll get my laptop back this week. I hope you do, sir. I went way off the line there. No excuses. I don't know why that happened. We'll just have to adjust on the next cut. So rather than jumping back to the line, I'm just gonna make a on the fly design change. This blade is acting dull. I should really put another one in there. It doesn't want to stay on the line. Yeah, after this cut, I'm going to put another blade in. Taking the fun out of it when I can't even stay on the line. Thank God that didn't happen on the face, even though the face isn't real detailed. So yeah, anytime something like that happens, I can just alter the, like this cut that's right up next to it, I'll just make that area a little narrower. That's fine. And we're going to switch out that blade. We're going to blame it on the blade, all right? Blame it on the blade. All right. Got my hands closer to the blade because it's a little bit of a more brittle area. If it vibrates too much, it could break. So reducing those odds by holding it. I don't think it'll break, but you know, better safe than sorry. Soup sandwich. It's funny right there. It gets a little bitty cut, and then I'll alter that other cut because of going off the line. It's actually not bitter cold today. It's actually kind of humid and dank outside. Dank, I don't know what a better word. It's kind of blah outside, misty and blah, blah, blah. I like my vocabulary. Now, because I messed up that earlier cut, I'm just going to go on the fly and make a design change right here. %60 chance of rain there with Herb Hooper tomorrow and 80% Friday. I have no idea what the weather is like here because I haven't looked. Right now it's misty and dreary. Dang it, I just bent the blade. Okay, I'm going to take... No, I was going to take it out, but I'll rough it until it breaks. Hello, Mr. Anthony Campbell. Good day, ladies and gents. We finally finished Founding Fathers, Mr. Campbell. We're working on Lady Liberty, America. And I know not everybody watching these videos is in America, so this is not an anti-rest of the world. It's just a design people wanted me to cut, so here we are. Anthony, you got that frame made yet for the Founding Fathers? Yeah, I can dream. But Anthony, if you are good at making frames, maybe we can work out some kind of trade patterns for a frame. That'd be plumb nifty. And I don't mean to put you on the spot. You're welcome to say, heck no. I don't have any money to pay for one, but hopefully we can work out some kind of trade. I don't know. We'll figure something out. Hello. Okay, everybody just saying hello back and forth. No, I was saying, Anthony, if you want to work out some kind of trade for, if you were good at making picture frames, I could use a frame for that founding fathers. But I can't afford to pay for it, so wonder if we could work out some kind of trade. But I also shouldn't have done that publicly because that's putting you on the spot. The only thing I really have to offer in trade is patterns. Are you good at making frames, Anthony, or did I just assume? And you're welcome to tell me heck no, by the way. Since I asked you publicly, you can slap me publicly saying, how dare you put me on the spot like that? You don't have to talk like that if you don't want to, because you might be more mature than I am. I'm not being real careful on areas like this because it is just wrinkles. Okay, Anthony, I'm going to put my email address in the chat here on YouTube. I guess it would help if I clicked on it to get the cursor up. Okay, I'm hitting enter now, so let me know if you get the email address. That is an underscore between the word artistic and cowboy. Look forward to hearing from you, sir. And I do apologize for asking publicly about the frame that wasn't fair to you. Although I wasn't doing it to put you on the spot. I know you know that. Oh, a little warm in here. Whew. All right, it is posted. Yeah, I can't believe I'm actually warm in here, but most of the world's cold. Whew. Now, when I type and put my stuff in there, I don't know if it only shows up on YouTube or if it's on Facebook as well, but it has a YouTube logo next to it, so it might just be YouTube. But I can try something that I've never tried before. A banner. I've never done one of these before, so it could be kind of cool. Alright. Now we're going to look all professional if this works. Why is it not doing anything? Do y'all see anything on the screen? Because I don't. There it goes. Nice. I look all professional and stuff. Although I know stuff like that can be distracting. Hello, Leldon. Long time no see. Still getting used to this StreamYard platform. Trying new things. Appreciate you being here, Mr. Leldon Maxey. Back when I first started scrolling, Leldon was the baby of the community, and that's not a dog. It's not me dissing him. He was very young. He was one of the younger starters in the community. Chipped Builds has joined us. Thank you, sir, for being here. He says, hey, y'all. And the reason why y'all hear me reading comments is if you're on Facebook, you can't see the YouTube comments and vice versa. All right, so I'm going to get back on cutting here. I'm using number 3 flat-ended spirals, and every one of them is acting like they're dull, so I don't know why. But maybe it's just because I'm expecting too much out of them. Yeah, Leldon Maxey is old now. Have not talked to you in forever, sir. Nope, he's not as old as me. I'm 49 now. Speak up, I can't hear you. Almost half a century old, by golly. Leldon has been published quite a few times in the magazines. I want to say most often, he can correct me, most often by cutting other people's patterns. He was the go-to cutter for quite a few people. I say was, I don't know what the current status is because we don't talk as nearly as often as we used to. And I'm using the razor blade to push down any edges of this shelf paper so it doesn't catch on the underside of the piece and slow us down. I'm guessing Ashley is Chipped Builds because Leldon Maxey says, hey, Ashley, and I don't see an Ashley out there, so that must be what it is. All right, I got your message, Anthony. I haven't seen the email because we're on the live stream, but I appreciate it. All right, I'm going to get back to this here scrolling thing. Now, I usually don't do straight lines sideways, but you know what? Why don't I was going to say, but I'm going to, but no, let's go ahead and do it straight up and down. But let's give you more to look at. Of course, we got to get the camera cord out of the way. Depending on which magazine at the time, it was my designs. Then it went to cutting. Most others work for Scroll Saw Woodworking and Crafts. Yes, sir. Used to be a couple magazines out there. Getting harder to get in the magazines because there's a lot more designers out there, which is a good problem to have. But and they also, when they're doing their covers and stuff, they want to appeal to people that have never touched a scroll saw. I'm only going by what they told me a long time ago. They want to appeal to people with what's on the cover. Every now and then they'll put detailed stuff in there. They got Charles Hand has gotten a few in there lately, and I shouldn't have started naming names because I can't remember them all. John Nelson, and some others. Sue May. All right. I got a just bear with me. I got a wasp flying around me. That kind of got my attention. Don't particularly want to get stung while we're doing a live stream. I know that would be entertaining for y'all. Hopefully he goes away. Let me catch up on comments here. And John N says he loves the angle. Anthony Campbell says, I almost made a magazine one time, but stopped printing the FBI's Most Wanted. That's funny right there. That's funny. Chip Builds Ashley says, at Leldon, I didn't know you were so famous. Anthony Campbell says, I apologize for not knowing you, Leldon. With you being famous, I'm behind on knowing my people. Well, as time goes on, I feel like I can speak for Leldon, but I can't necessarily. The internet communities used to be all about forums. But now there's so many options out there on the internet. People aren't as well known in every area now. But yeah, if you read the credits for cuttings and stuff in the magazines, that's where you'll see Leldon's name. He also has a YouTube channel. And I got this wasp I'm about to kill because I don't want to get stung while I'm doing a live stream. So y'all bear with the delay. Now he's gone again. But I'm keeping my cat nearby so I could smack him on his little noggin. There he is, but I got too much stuff in the way. Get out of my face. Don't make me scream like a little girl on a live stream. That'd be funny. Well, I pissed him off, but I didn't kill him. I don't think. Well, that would be viral, me screaming like a little girl because of a wasp. I'm not scared of wasps. I just don't want to get... Ooh, there he is right by my stuff. He's on my camera crane, and I can't smack him or I'll break the camera crane. Come on towards me so I can scream and kill you. Get away from my stuff, man. I'm trying to do a live stream here. He don't understand English, apparently. Sorry, folks. I don't particularly want to get stung while I'm cutting. I'm not a wuss. If I was a wuss, I would have run out of here screaming already, but he keeps getting within inches of my face, and I don't particularly want to. Oh, gotta love live stuff. Thank you, Lawrence Aldridge. Charles, do you ever find that you want to do some finer detail, but it is too small for a number 3 blade? Probably, and that's why I cut bigger, Lawrence, or John. I think, whichever one of y'all asked that. John asked that. Anthony Campbell doesn't want to hear me cry. And wasps make you hurt yourself. Charles versus the wasp. Film at 11. That's funny right there. January and you fighting wasps. About ridiculous, sister. Welcome to Texas. I can't get a good enough angle to hurt him. I just smacked the hell out of him, but I have a cap. I mean, that's not going to hurt anybody. But hopefully it pissed him off enough to say, okay, I'll go somewhere else. All right, let's try this so the live stream isn't sitting here dead. But I'm going to keep my cap nearby. You bet your hind end, I tell you what. That couldn't be any more true than right now. Do not mess with Texas. Don't put no wasp on my live stream, you little bastard. Yeah, that's funny right there. Loveland Maxie's probably rolling his eyes at me right now if he's still watching. But that's per the usual. All right. He hadn't come back yet. Maybe he found something else better to do. So let's hope that goes. All right. Let's get back on this. Mr. Wasp had something to say about that. Y'all go ahead and take a drink with me, by golly. Do I look all professional-like now with that email going across the bottom? Yeah, I feel like with that ticker, I should be doing like CNN. I personally hate tickers because to me it distracts away from what I'm watching. I guess I can take it off now since y'all have had time to write it down. And hopefully that wasp doesn't come back with 10 of his friends. Let me turn that banner off so it doesn't distract folks. If I can learn how. Oh, hide. All right. Back to the live stream. Nice, nice. I feel like a producer and stuff. Some big old mama wasp is going to come out. You smacked my baby. And then I'll cry like a little girl and I'll go viral for the wrong reasons. All right. I didn't mean to hurt your baby. I was just trying to scroll. Don't kill me. We can hang out, just not during the live stream, okay? Yep, a whole bunch of people done run off. Apparently they don't like me fighting the wasp. We're down to 5 viewers, but I can live with that. It's not about numbers. Plus, the average person's at work right now, and I'm not average. I miss being able to hold a normal job, though. So let's get back to it. I'm actually giggling a little bit to myself because when I smacked the wasp, it landed in a corner, from what I can tell, and then I got to think about that line in Dirty Dancing, nobody puts baby in a corner. So that might be where the 10 friends come from. So I put baby in the corner, and hopefully baby doesn't come back. All right. I got to catch up. Oh, shipped bills. What convinced you to join the live feed? I haven't seen you before, so I'm flattered that you're here. I'm just wondering what inspired you to come watch this train wreck. But I appreciate it. Battle Royale. How do you decide what pattern you are gonna make? Is it just random? Ashley, I assume that's Ashley. I go by feedback from people and what's trending, but some of it's biased on my part. I'm a fan of most times Western rustic animals. It's really, I don't know. Apparently, you probably wanted a clear answer, but I'm not good at clear answers because it's so random for me. But since I started doing these live streams, I will show different designs and let people pick which one I work on, and that's where this one came to be. But I'll work on pretty much any theme. But yeah, it is pretty much random, I guess. But for live streams, I'll do anything people want to see. Well, not anything, because some of them will try to see me embarrass myself, which never happens. I appreciate that, Ashley. And Ashley, anybody watching, if anybody wants to connect on Facebook, if you're watching from YouTube, I go by the Charles Deering, and that's all one word. Charles Deering was taken, and I'm not arrogant. I just wanted to stand out. But anyway, the Charles Deering on Facebook, that's all one word. Lawrence Alter just recently added me, which is pretty cool. And if you're watching on Facebook and want to subscribe on YouTube, I'd appreciate that. Hit that subscription and click on that bell, and you'll never miss a live feed, especially when you're having downtime at work. But I will tell you, a sense of humor is required to join these live streams and appreciate it. And maturity is not required because that's boring. Appreciate you being here, Ashley. I really do. Ian M. has joined us again. Hello, sir. This is evening all from sunny Glasgow. I believe that's Scotland. Glasgow, or is that Ireland? Because you know me, I'm an idiot. Yeah, I need an air conditioner on too, believe it or not, Herb. Glasgow, I want to say Scotland. All right. Sweet. Okay. I do not like the camera angle I'm working with. I want to do something to fix it, but I don't know what to do. Because I move it around so much. And welcome back in. Yes, it's Scotland. Yay. I sounded intelligent for 5 minutes. Y'all record that because it doesn't happen often. But Ashley, I hope you get enough entertainment out of this that maybe you'll be back, because I try to do at least one live feed a day, if not two. That streams to both Facebook and YouTube. All right, let's get back on it. Apparently, y'all want me to scroll on these scrolling live streams. That's abuse right there. I do have my signature already drawn in there, but I'm going to do that last. Sometimes I don't do my signature on pieces because it's invasive to the piece. But I scroll my signature into pieces so that it can't just be erased, and it has to be broken off. That, I'm an attention whore and I want to stand out, I guess. All right, well, I appreciate you taking time out, Ashley. As with anybody here, I appreciate y'all taking time out of your day, because I know you have other choices, root canals or watching a live feed. It is refreshing that you would prefer to watch this than have a root canal. That's awesome. Catching up on comments, y'all bear with me. And don't worry, Ashley, nobody will tell your boss that you're watching a live stream, because I support that you're watching the live stream personally. I'm a little bit biased. So if Ashley gets fired for watching this live stream, somebody employ her, because she's a dedicated show watcher. She don't need no stinking root canal. You're welcome. All right, let's get on here. I wish I could find the perfect camera angle. The perfect camera angle would be the angle I'm sitting at, but I have to be able to see to do this. Sorry for that. That's funny right there. Come on now. Y'all stop frowning. Life's too short. Somebody out there's got it worse than we do. You got 11 people watching. Please don't be shy. If you have any comments or questions, feel free to throw them out there. There's no rhyme or reason about where I start on a cut. I just go from the pilot hole to a line. Sometimes it's in the corner. Sometimes it's just right there in the middle like that one. For me anyway, the only time the placement of a pilot hole is important is if you have like single line cuts, like what's called veining. If any lines intersect, put the pilot hole where those lines intersect. That way it's more hidden and you don't have to... I don't know how to finish that sentence, so I'm just going to stop talking. Peanut has it worse. E&M says, I just finished a lion's head. Got the pattern from Pinterest. 3mm aluminum turned out great, but now everyone wants one off of me. Ian, I don't mean to lecture you, but be careful of Pinterest because it's not copyright free. People post patterns all the time. You might have even used my lion picture because I did a photograph of one of my lion cuttings and somebody basically just turned it black and white and washed it out, and now it's on Pinterest and I can't get it off of there. So you may, I'm not accusing you of anything, but yeah, you may have been using the picture I used, or the picture of my project. I don't know. I'm not the only one that did a lion. Yeah, and I'm not trying to lecture you by any means. I just be careful of copyrights because a lot of people use Pinterest to post designs that aren't theirs, and the average person doesn't know that, it's not copyright free, but, worse problems to have. And I'm only saying that so other people in the future don't call you out on it. It's the only reason I'm saying be careful. I'm not trying to get on you about anything. Yeah, Pinterest is kind of the death of me. A lot of my patterns floating around. Oh, well. And I'm not saying that one's my pattern. I need to change this camera angle again because, like, y'all can barely see anything from that angle. We don't need to see my lap. Y'all bear with me. I'm not trying to get you dizzy. Maybe a little bit. All right. Yeah, Steve Good has a whole bunch of free patterns. For what it's worth, if it was a Steve Good pattern, and this is aimed at everybody, you can get all his patterns from his blog, is scrollsawworkshop.blogspot.com. Always best to go to the source, but that just cuts out any drama in the community. Blah 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 blah. But yeah, I mean, glad you found something you wanted to do because that's the fun part. Again, that's scrollsawworkshop.blogspot.com is Steve Good's blog. Whole bunch of free patterns. E&M says, I found these A4 signs in a place in Scotland. Well, white on one side, lemon on the other. Sometimes it's great, but just a light sandpaper overall seems to bring it out okay before I start cutting. Nice, nice. Dang it. Can't be having that. Can't scroll the broken blades. Raise your hand if you jumped. I didn't. You know what? I'm going to cut out these gigantic stripes. That way it looks like I've gotten more done than I actually have. Man, it's getting warm in here. Y'all bear with me. I'm going to turn on my AC unit here. I got to unblock it first. Oh, diddly. Got Metallica sitting in front of it, so I got to move them. And there's a bunch of dust on the window unit, so I need to brush that off so it doesn't blow in my face. We don't want that. Well, y'all might want that, but I don't. Oh. Alright, let's turn on this AC unit and see if we can get cooled down over here. By God. Yeah, I already got the brush. I might as well clean off the table. Okay, let me get my chubby butt back up here in the stool. Well, it's not my butt that's chubby, but okay, we won't get into that. That would be stupid. Whew. Feels much better with that air blowing on me, by golly. Excuse me. Turning the piece, turning the piece just for that visual comfort, pushing the piece away from myself to do this long line. Well, there's one stripe. E&M says, really nice work. Need to go. Just wanted to be nosy. I'm not not on Stockybooks, so I can only watch from YouTube. Appreciate you being here, Ian. Rest of y'all being all quiet. I see how you are. Nope, that's fine if we just sit here and watch, by golly. Ooh, let me go ahead and check YouTube, make sure they're not holding my dang video for review. Yep, it's being held for review. That's another shock. Oh, I hate it when they do that. Oh well. Worst problems to have. We're not doing this for money. But I wouldn't turn it down if you throwed it at me. Just saying. I'm going to stretch my back just a tiny bit. I sloshed my drink and got a big old drop of Dr. Pepper on my glasses. Well, that wasp hadn't been back, so that's good. a little bit of wave in that line, so I'm trying to get that out. And I'm going to turn off the saw, turn it around so I can push it away from myself to cut a straight line. Herb Hoover says maybe figured out timeout was better than being dead. Yep. Referring to the wasp, for those that don't know what we're talking about. Not real worried about staying right on the line because it is a flag and it's going to be wavy. Anthony Campbell says, Leldon, being nosy, whereabouts you from? He's in Alabama, but he's not here anymore, I don't think. Oh, I'm sorry, he's in the chat. Sorry about that. Appreciate you being here, Leldon. Yeah, sorry, that's why I answered for you. I didn't know you were in the chat. Unless he moved. But I'll let him answer all that. Because apparently I am not a spokesperson. He kind of talks like this. For me, it's an accent. For him, it's normal. Maybe not quite that severe. What do you mean, Leldon? You said you should, Daring. I don't know what you mean by that because I've talked too much that I have no idea what you're talking about. Be your spokesman? I'm pretty sure that's not it because I'm not all there. I don't know what you're talking about, but all right. And for those that don't know, every now and then I'll stop and stretch my back because I'm getting old and achy and all that stuff. And of course, the required beverage consumption. I've never had anybody call me Deering. Feel like I'm in the Army. Deering! Drop and give me 20. Trying to force myself not to force the piece into the blade, let the blade do the cutting. No matter how long I've been scrolling, I still have a habit of forcing the piece into the blade. See what I was, like I knew it was going to happen. That's why I brought it up, because I knew I was pushing it. Dag blabbit. But we are using number 3s, and I'm used to number 5s, but we'll blame it on that. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. And raise your hand if you jumped, but I did not, because I felt like it was going to happen soon. Because I'll push a blade to its limits, by God. Tension's a little too high. Start from the scratch. You were almost right, Anthony. It's just the E is an I. Ooh. Where are you living, Anthony? I don't remember. I've slept since then. I may not have the tension right on this, but oh well. We'll find out when that blade breaks. I have some days I can go forever without breaking the blade. And for anybody that doesn't know, spiral blades do break more often than a flat blade because they flex in every direction. I don't use flat blades. I don't know why. Well, I know why I use spirals, but I don't know why I don't use flat blades. I use spirals because they can cut in any direction, allowing me to cut huge freaking billboards. Love actually says I have about an hour. Oh, he lives about an hour north of Birmingham. Get some of these bigger cuts out of the way and make it look like we've gotten more done than we actually have. Works for me. Yeah, the spirals probably stretch it a little more than flat blades. Rick Hutchison, he cuts 90 miles an hour with blades. He will test the heck out of a blade. But he's a good feller. Very knowledgeable about scroll saws and a lot of other stuff. He has 50 million tools. Hello, Florence. I don't know what you missed. I broke a few blades. The rest of it's just my typical babbling. I will be saving the waste area around these stars for when I go to sand, so nothing vibrates off. And technically, it's okay to have little. Good Lord, it's okay to have little waves in the line on any detail of the flag. Wow, I'm breaking way more blades than I usually do. That's just not cool, man. This piece is 16 inches wide by 18 3/4 tall. Wow, I can't get a hang of these dang blades. Let me throw a number 5 in there. I only have one, but by God, see if we can avoid breaking blades. The other day, I only broke 4 blades in, God knows, in 11 hours. And here I am breaking 50 million blades. And y'all are my proof. Y'all were here. Some of y'all were. Yeah, your stars don't have to be perfectly crisp because, I mean, you don't want them jiggly, but, you know, little waves in the line are okay because it is on a flag. I am going to save the waste areas. Hello, Mr. Edward Henry. Appreciate you being here, sir. I am breaking more blades than I usually do, and they're all acting dull. That's what's weird about it. All right, I appreciate you being here, Lawrence. Yeah, I mean, y'all have seen me do 11-hour live streams, and I've only broke 4 blades, and it's like, good Lord. But it seems like every one I've been using, except for that number 5 I just used, were a lot of resistance, like they were used. Not that I'm saying that they were used. They were just really dull acting. I'm not going to save this little bitty waste piece because it's not a brittle area. But I had all my blade clamps loaded with number 3s, and I think I'm going to replace them with number 5s on the broken ones. I can use number 3s in a few spots, but yeah, number 5s will hopefully last longer. Switching to YouTube, 10-4. Yeah, I'm bummed out that I've broken that many. How many we got? 1, 2. Well, I've only broken 3 that I see, but it feels like, excuse me, a whole bunch of them. Now, when I go to cut, well, you can't see it because that would be too convenient. When I go to cut this line, dagnabbit, if I can get it in view, we'll be doing good. When I go to cut this line, I may make it a little bit wider. I may not, but it can make it a little more stable, but it's not mandatory to make it wider. But yeah, there's that. Welcome back, Edward. Got a big old cut coming up now. It's going to be a really big cut. It'll make it look like we've gotten a whole lot more done than we actually have. If I can find the pilot hole. It's going to be one of those days, I can feel it. I can't even feel the pilot hole if I'm being honest. There we go. Better late than never. Gonna be a whole lot of cutting on this one. This can be probably the biggest cut on the whole piece. Now, Edward, you would be the first person that's ever heckled me on a live stream. I'm totally kidding. Appreciate you being here, whatever it takes. If you got to heckle me, I still appreciate it. I got to stretch my back a little bit because this is going to be one long cut that I don't want to stop in the middle of, unless, of course, I break a stupid blade. And they're only stupid when I break them. But this cut is going to entail all this, all the way around to here. Good Lordy, that's going to be a big old cut, I tell you what. But it'll make the project look almost done when we're done. Finally got shop lights and wall control pegboard system, nice, installed. So setting up everything to hang on the pegboard. Then I have to hand scroll some little game board pieces called meeples. You call that sawdust? I know. Oh, diddly. Let's see if my video is still being held for review. I hate that crap. But being during working hours, maybe. No, it's still being held for review. YouTube doesn't like me, apparently. I have no idea what meeples are. Edward Henry says, Charles, I was told to cut all the small cuts first from center outward and remove larger last. That's not wrong. I do it to reduce weight and make it look like I've gotten more done than I have. It's your personal preference. I mean, but, on certain cuts, cutting out the larger pieces first can weaken the whole thing. But it's only because I trust how I scroll, but that's not wrong advice to cut the little ones first. But I've never stuck with the norm, you know what I mean? I've never been accused of being normal. And as we've discussed in the past, what is normal? It's a setting on your washing machine is pretty much it. All right. No, I'm gonna wait up a little longer. I got a cigarette lit. I'm gonna go ahead and finish that because there's gonna be one long cut and my back's gonna be killing me the whole time, but we'll deal. It's almost done there. Take a swig of Dr. Pepper and then we'll get going. Now an example, Edward or whoever said something about cutting the little pieces first. This area will be a little shaky when I go to do the interior cuts right here on these two because they won't have the rest of the wood around it to keep it from vibrating, so I will just hold those down while I'm cutting them. So this is just mainly me trying to get a large piece of work out of there. Here we go. Now we do want to stay on the line on these straight lines of the spikes on Statue of Liberty. The stars I'm not so worried about being perfectly straight. But we definitely want to save this waste area so that when we're sanding, these areas right here won't vibrate as much. And we're coming up on the border, so I'm going to turn off the saw and put it in a more comfortable angle because we do want to keep that line straight if we can. I make these borders for the sake of a frame having something to hold on to. Erp. And we're coming up on that line I said I was going to make a little bit wider, so if I go off the line, that's why. Not a whole lot wider.
My vision's trying to double on me. Let's see how much more fun this is when the blade isn't breaking. Lord, I feel like I've been doing that for 3 hours. All right.
Look at that big old cut we just took out of there. Oh, I hope y'all could see that. I hope I didn't just do all that and nobody got to see anything. So we just did that big old cut right there. I hope that was in view of the camera. Otherwise, that was a really long cut and nobody got to see anything. And I've got to catch up on comments. Oh. Tom T. Barney said, "Dang, Charles, you're a master at spiral blades. I tried them out yesterday. Tried to get used to them and blew apart a piece I was scrolling. What is the secret to using the spirals?" First of all, thank you, Tom, and thank you for being here. The secret to spirals is letting them do the cutting and knowing that they cannot go in any direction that you don't steer them, and they can't cut unless you push. So it's just getting used to speeds and comfort. I wish I could give you more advice. Good afternoon, says Tim Carp. Great job, Charles. What was the winning number? 141, sir. Thank you for being here. I use spiral blades for everything, Edward. I've only used spirals my whole life. I tried flat blades one time on a live stream way back when, and that was very laughable. I've been scrolling since 1997, and all I've ever used is a spiral because I just want to be able to cut in any direction. But we're gonna save this waste piece so that when we go to sand, these areas here won't vibrate and break. All right. I hope I answered everybody's questions the way they wanted. Yeah, with spirals, you just got to be aware that it can't cut any quicker than you push into that blade, and it can't go in any direction you don't steer it. It's just getting used to doing those. That is the hard part. I hope when I did that long cut that it was in view of everybody, or in view for everybody. I'm gonna feel like an idiot if it wasn't. Oh, diddly. That was a long one, though. It looks like we've gotten a lot more done, doesn't it? Diddly. And thank you, John. Yeah, once you get used to spirals, they're addicting because you can do bigger projects. You can do more variety of projects. I don't know what to compare it on with flat blades because I don't use them. And the hardest thing with any blade is a straight line, especially a spiral. So if this blade breaks, I will load another number 5 because I like the fact that it's not breaking. But eventually it will because it's not meant to last forever. Howdy, Mr. Portal Woodworks, Dave Jones. Appreciate you being here. And thank you, Tim. Okay, Tom T. Varney says it was in view while you were cutting. Good. Because every now and then the clamps I have on this crane will loosen and this camera will just slowly lower down, and I'll just like, really? What? All right, I got a notification. I always look at notifications because I have health issues in the family that I don't want to miss anything. So it's not in my nature to check my phone kind of thing or whatever during things like this. But that's how I feel about that, by God. And we're going to cut another somewhat big cut on this here torch. Yes, sir. This is live episode 1 for today. Believe I did 2 yesterday. My days and nights are so run together, I have no idea. I think I did 2. And I think you were here for both of them. So, yeah, let's say I did 2. But I might, if I'm not careful, I might finish this one on this live stream. But I do have another one already drawn up that I won't get done in one live stream. It's 3 feet wide. This one is 16 inches wide by 18 3/4 tall. Now, logic says I should be cutting the smaller cuts in this area first, but I never go by logic. Using the blade to sand the line because it's so narrow. Now, the closer I get to the end of this cut, the more it's going to vibrate. That's why I put my finger on the waste piece here, or what's about to be the waste piece. Of course, I forgot I had to go down here, so it's not too loose yet, but we'll go ahead and hold it. All right, let me load up a couple more number 5s. So I'll give y'all something to look at while I'm doing that.
Yeah, we're having better luck with number 5s today than I am on number 3s, so we're going to load up more number 5s. Well, 4 of them anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's okay. We have a bunch. I guess I could show me loading the blade clamps, but it's not all that exciting. Let me catch up on comments here. Ronald says, your artwork is beautiful and very detailed. Are these your own designs, or do you modify given art for the scroll saw application? Thank you, Ronald. I do modify some artwork, but I work from photos. So yes, I do design my own designs. And thank you, Portal Woodworks. Appreciate it. And everybody's saying hello back and forth. So if y'all want to see how I load these blades, let me know. Otherwise, I'll just do it off camera, because it's not that exciting to me. But if you want to see how a Hegner operates when it comes to blade changes, I can show you. Otherwise, I figured you'd rather look at the cutting. Edward Henry says, I need to get some more real thin spiral blades. Yeah, the smallest I go is number 3. Because, and that's not an insult to the Hegner, it's just I can't get the tension dialed in right when I go smaller than number 3. But I'll be doing the blade changes or blade loading off camera unless y'all want to see that. In the meantime, I'll just let you look at this monstrosity, by God, and thank y'all for the compliments. It means a lot. Now, this blade clamp system, or the thing where you load and unload broken blades and putting in new ones, is usually on the table of the scroll saw, but I have a big table over my scroll saw table, so I attached the little system off to the side of my table. So bear with the silence while I do that. I say silence, but I'll try to talk. And when you load these clamps, you want to make sure the teeth are aimed towards the clamp and not the opposite direction. Otherwise, you'll be cutting from the wrong direction, and you'll have fuzzies on the top of your piece. There's one clamp loaded. And although these are flat-ended, we want both ends to be aimed the same direction, so that's why I have to untwist them slightly, but not near as bad as non-flat-ended blades. But see, by me cutting all these big cuts, it makes it look like I've gotten more done than I actually have. Edward Henry says, as not some Pegasus blades, but I got some Pegasus blades, but I cannot find. Okay, I can't read that. Let me get back a little bit. My eyes are trying to double vision. Had Pegasus blades, but I cannot find. We look into replacements. Until then, I have to use old Bosch blades from Lowe's. Tim Carp asked if those clamps will work on a Excalibur. No, sir. Tim, I'm not trying to spam my channel to you, but if you go to Anatomy of a Scroll Saw on my channel, it talks about scroll saws in general, but it also shows what's specific to the Hegner, and one of those things being this clamp system. These clamps are made for the Hegner. They sit in a little cradle on the lower arm. So you know, they're kind of spring loaded ish. It's a little flexible. You set that in the cradle and that'll keep it in place. But no, it will not work on a Hegner or on a Excalibur. Well, I'm sorry about that, Edward. Hopefully get it fixed. But I'll still be here because I'm going to stick here as long as I can stay conscious. Yes, one thing, I love the Seiko, but I also love the Hegner because this clamping system is fail-safe. I think that's the word I'm looking for. I never have issues with this saw with blades coming out of the clamp, whether it's top or bottom clamp. So I love that about this saw. That's why it's my go-to saw. Plus, I've been using it for years. I only recently got the Hegner Seiko, but I love the Seiko as well. But I can only use one saw at a time. If I could use two, I'd probably be rich and viral and have 50,000 million subscribers. 50,000 million. I tell you what, my math is good. You're welcome. I'm going to thanks for all you do. Be safe and scroll on, my friend. By God, I appreciate you being here, sir. And in a second, I'll explain why I'm having to untwist blades for those that haven't seen that. Even though they're flat-ended, I don't have any actual spiral all the way to the end to show y'all to compare, but I'm sure a lot of y'all that deal with spirals have seen spirals that were spiraled all the way to the end, real tightly spiraled. I have one more blade to load, and then I'll do the rest in view and explain what I'm doing. All right, all the blades are loaded. And let me explain what I'm doing. And this is for those that haven't seen me do this before. Okay, on a Hegner specifically, you have these clamps right here. And as you can see, that little gap in there is very narrow. Right now it's tightened, but I don't know how clear that is because I can't see the screen real good, but that's very narrow. You can see that little slot there with the light shining on it. Very narrow. That's why I get flat-ended blades. But the way this sits in the cradle, it'll be sitting facing me. This side here will be facing me. And this is how you tighten it, by the way. You close that and then it clamps the blade. But when it's sitting in that cradle, this side I'm looking at will be facing me. And since it's flat-ended, we want both the top and bottom to be aimed this direction. Like if it's laying like that, I have to twist it. And let me get an example of one that needs untwisted because that one's actually okay. But you'll notice the bottom is at this angle and the top, hopefully you can see that, the top is not aimed like that. It's like this. So I have to untwist it just enough for it to be aiming the same direction as the bottom. So it can go into the top blade clamp, which is just like this one, except it's upside down. Slightly different, but it's up like this in the top area. So hopefully that made sense, but I have to untwist 3 of these for that reason. Every now and then I get lucky, and like the one that's on here now this one is twisted just right. But what I do to untwist them, I don't use a hammer, and some people do that on regular spirals, but you don't want to hammer the spirals flat because all you're doing is squishing that twist in the blade, and that'll kink it right there where the twist is. If you're just flattening it, it'll make it very brittle where you squished that twist. Yeah, I hope that made sense. But I use this to hold the blade. And I don't know how I ended up with this. Somebody told me this is a fish hook tool,
but I use this part of it like this to hold the top of the blade and twist while I'm holding the blade with this. I hold it with this, twist with this, and that's how I untwist blades. Hopefully the visual made sense, because a lot of things are better in my head. Hegner clamps are the best in the industry. I agreed 100%, Ronald. I have nothing against any other saws, but yeah, I definitely love the clamping system. Sometimes I'm not real straight when I do these, when I'm untwisting these, so sometimes I weaken them myself. So it's a necessary evil of having to untwist a couple of them, but there's worse problems to have. Just part of the process. I've gotten used to it. I usually don't do it on live streams, but sometimes it is what it is. All right, so that one's untwisted. 2 more and we'll be rocking right back at it, by golly. As you see, I'm just holding the blade with this one, and I'm going to untwist with this one. Sometimes I have to adjust how much I twist it. And if I do it too far one direction like that, you see how it's kind of hockey sticked? I just use this back here on the curve and just bend it back to straight with the rest of the blade. Sometimes I can't do that in the first try. I hope those visuals help at least a handful of people. That would be cool. That way when you hear me talk about certain things, hopefully it makes sense now that you've seen it. But I don't mind repeating myself because I don't do this on every live feed. One more to untwist and we'll be ready to roll. And I appreciate every dang one of y'all for being here. I know you don't have to be. And the compliments warm my heart. Very appreciated. It was a little off, but we might be able to make it work. If not, it'll hockey stick, but we shall move on. Now, get these out of the way and we'll get going, by golly. Hello, Sean Twain. Appreciate you being here. He says you're converting me to the twisted side. Had some spirals delivered today. Awesome. Hello, Andy Marshall, Mrs. Marshall. See, I got it right this time. I appreciate y'all being here. And I'm glad I twisted you. Some people call that the dark side, so welcome to the dark side. That's not a satanic reference. That's a Star Wars reference. Come on now, people. That means I didn't run Andy off too far. She came back, so that's always good. Yesterday I called her sir, and because that's how I roll. I'm an idiot. Ronald says, when you tension number 3 or number 5 blades on your Hegner, how many quarter turns do you make on the tension knob after the snug point? I don't know how to answer that, Ronald, because I go by feel. I guess at the risk of sounding arrogant, I've been doing it so long that I go by feel more than counting the turns, so I can't give you a good, accurate answer on that, I'm afraid. Terribly sorry. Sometimes I don't get that right, and that's why we break blades. Excuse me while I choke. About time you got here, Mac, by God. Appreciate you being here. Mac Pierce has joined us. I've got dust all over my table and my laptop. Can't be having that, golly. As long as I can hold out, we're going to work on this piece. See if we can't even get it done in one live feed. I'm not promising that because sometimes I get tired and it's sudden. But we're going to do what we can do, right? I think Andy came back for my maturity. That's what it was, wasn't it, Andy? By God.
professionally late. Yep, I think Andy likes my maturity. That's what keeps folks coming back over here. You know why? I do not talk funny. See, every now and then Herb Hooper will come out of the shadows to say hi to people and bye to people. He's one of them lurkers. He'll talk every now and then, though. And yes, I'm stalling. I'm taking a swig of Dr. Pepper. I'm going to light me a stogie, and we're going to get going here directly. Directly means here in a little bit. You're welcome. Lesson number 1 for the day, Redneck Translation. Another redneck translation is we're going to move this just a smidge. A smidge is a term of measurement. I don't know the exact measurement. It means just a little bit. And I'll be happy to answer any other ones that are family friendly. Stop laughing at me, Andy. Go ahead and laugh. It's fun. We're not careful. We're going to finish this thing on one live stream. Unless I get tired. Ooh. I just popped my back a little bit. That felt good. Oh, yeah, baby. All right, we got 13 people watching. We appreciate you. If you got any questions or comments, throw them on out there. Herb Ripper says today's in his own little world. Sean Twain says we use smidge in the UK. All right, so I thought it was a redneck thing. Well, all right. But I will say that your definition of a cigarette or your slang term for a cigarette is much different than the U.S. meaning of that word. Because I'm trying to stay family friendly, I won't say it. But you're welcome to put it in the chat because, you can say what the slang word is for cigarette in the UK because you're not using it as the other term. In the U.S., it means a whole different thing. John Nave says, don't worry, Herb. I'm in a Smurf world today. All right. Apparently, John Nave is blue. I'm in my own little world every day, by golly. And y'all are just sick enough to join me. All right. Fine, I'll get back to it. Y'all are so mean. Trying to take a break and y'all won't let me. You don't love me. All right. I think y'all are only here because I talk funny. Or maybe that's why you're tempted to leave. I don't know. But per the usual, since I never prepare ahead of time, I need to step out for like 30 seconds. I will be right back. Y'all sit here and stare at Ms. Liberty.
I'm plumb sorry about that. I got kidnapped by gypsies while I was out there, and I had to whoop them and get back in here. Good to see the laptop didn't die. Wet cat, huh? All right, let me get my chubby butt up on the stool here, and we'll get going again. And Herb, we won't be upset with you if you need to take a nap or something. But I hope you get to feeling better. Well, thank you. Good to be back, sir. All right. One swig of Dr. Pepper and we ready to roll. Y'all take a drink with me just because we can. You choose the beverage. I will not be in charge of your alcoholism. I hope so. Herb, sorry. Whew. My old back is saying how diddly do again. Y'all may not have known this, but I love me some Dr. Pepper, I tell you what. Now when I get to the straight portion of this cut here, when I get to that, I'll turn it towards me so I can do that visual comfort thing, by golly. Y'all might have heard of that before. And when I start the saw back up, I'm exaggerating it and showing, but when I start the saw back up, I'm going to pull a little bit this way for the tension, when the blade starts cutting again, it'll be into the waist area and I won't mess up a cut. Just a little thing I do now and then. So there's that. I appreciate my little dysfunctional family being here. Okay, and when I did that right here, that was an exaggeration on how hard I'm pulling. I'm just barely pulling, just enough to get it to go in the waist area, just like that. Then we will turn off the saw and do the visual comfort thing, turn it around, because I like to push the piece away from me on a straight line or a long cut. Most of the time anyway. And you're hearing that chatter because we've already cut out most of this area. That's why it's chattering. It's just going up and down off the table. And I'm turning this to finish that cut, and we're going to hold it. I'm going to hold my finger somewhat close. You're still going to hear some chatter because I can't hold everything. I could, but it makes it hard to steer. 23 flavors of blissful tastiness. By God, you're right, Anthony.
Herb Bibber says, no, I'm okay, Charles. Just usually after I work out with the TENS unit, I just feel more run down. I'm sorry about that. What is a TENS unit? If it's okay to ask that. TENS. And you have it capitalized, so I assume it stands for something. All right. One last hoorah with this cut, and we'll be ready to roll. I'm using my fingernail to hold it right here. You can see how wide I've got my hand spread out. That's to stabilize this and steer. But I also want to be consistent on that curve, more consistent than I drew it. Or may go off the line a little bit intentionally to make it a tad more stable. Not by much. And then you just knock that puppy right out of there. And boom. Looky there. Another big old cut out of the way. By God. And I'm going to save that waist. Well, I don't really need to save that waist piece because, well, yeah, because it's so thin over here, I am going to save this waist piece. Oh. We're all dysfunctional. You got one over here likes to shock himself for 45 minutes a day. Wow. Herb, if it's not too personal to ask, I know there's different kinds of strokes, like some people can't speak, some people, whatever, but what does a stroke feel like, or do you remember? I've never had one, so I'm just curious. I've never talked to somebody that's had a stroke. I'm glad you're still able to talk and clear head and all that, so I know it wasn't that kind of stroke, so that's good to know. But you've told us that you lost use of the left side of your body, but how did you know you were having a stroke, or did you not know, and what did it feel like? I'm just curious if that's not too personal. Also, luckily, I've never had a heart attack, and I know some people do. Yet. But I'm not the healthiest fellow in the world. I drink a lot of Dr. Pepper, I smoke a lot of cigarettes, and I eat frozen food most of the time. A health nut I am not. A nut I am, but not a health nut. A friend of mine had a husband that she came home from work. He was sitting on the front porch mumbling because he had a stroke and he couldn't talk. He ended up passing away in a nursing home, which is kind of sad. But I heard he was one of those people that didn't keep up with his meds. Not that that makes it any less sad, but yeah. Now the veneer of that little point popped off, so I'm just going to round that off so it doesn't look like, it doesn't look flawed. Herb Hooper said, yeah, it's electrical impulses. Did I put my arm to get more movement out of it? All right. There's many different signs of a stroke. Man, started off as weak legs, then I started acting drunk, and I can hardly even move to get out of the truck. I'm very sorry to hear that. One of the reasons why I asked is any of us reading or listening, it'll better the odds that they know what's happening to them if they can hear somebody else talking about it. I'm very sorry that it happened to you, but I'm also thankful that you're still clear-headed and able to talk and enjoy life to whatever extent you're able. I know it would mess with me if I had a stroke. I get easily depressed. Trying to decide where to cut next. I'll probably just do this area here, and then we'll do the rest of the torch, I guess. We'll check the tension. Seems to be vibrating just a tad. Yep, it loosened a little bit. Unless the blade is stretching. We call ourselves a dysfunctional family, and when we refer to that, we're referring to all the banter back and forth between me and the people in the chat, but we also care about each other, by golly. And you don't have, it's not a clique, whatever people call it. It's not non-inclusive. Anybody that joins that chat is part of our dysfunctional family. And if you don't want to talk, that's fine too. Tis not a requirement. Oh, diddly. After I finish that torch, I may end the live stream to get a nap in because I can feel that weight of being tired. But I give you my word, if it's in my control, I will have another live feed tonight, or depending on what time of day it is for y'all. And I found a pilot hole I missed, so where's 142? When I say 142, that's how many cuts are in the project. I forgot 2 pilot holes. Holy monkey, we're at 143. We've missed a pilot hole there and a pilot hole there. Shame on you, Herb. All right, so Charlie's Midget Got to drill 2 pilot holes. I thought we were going to actually get through one project that we didn't miss pilot holes on. But that would be entirely too convenient. Lawrence Aldridge says, when I had my surgery, I ended up calling and they had to reopen my chest and stitch it back together. Well, good lordy. Just now trying to get back to normal. It was a rough time. Herb Hoover says, well, I was guilty not keeping up with my meds and stressing out over a bunch of stuff. And working 7 days a week didn't help either. And I stress a lot, so I'm surprised I haven't had a, stroke or any other major health issues. And apparently these drills work better when they're plugged in, so bear with me. I have to pick which plug I'm going to sacrifice. Okay, that would be my phone charger. Can't believe Herb made me miss 2 pilot holes. Dang nabbit. And they're both in the same area too. Oh well. One more that I'm aware of. All right, so that's back. And we'll put this drill off to the side, hoping we don't need it again. Let me catch up on whatchamacallits here. Comments. Sean Toyne says, glad I'm not the only one who misses pilot holes. Every pattern I do seem to miss one. I miss quite a few. Checking in, Cheryl. Scroll on, baby, says Dave Gatton. Appreciate you being here, mister. John N says, I'm glad you guys, Lawrence and Herb, are okay now. Me too. Anthony Campbell says, glad y'all okay. My heart attack at 40 set me back a little time, I imagine. Anthony, if you don't mind, I've never had a heart attack either, so I'd love to know what the symptoms were that led up to it and what it felt like actually having one. I've never talked to anybody that's had one. And that's only if you want to share. Lawrence Aldridge says, thanks, John. Good thing is I quit cigs. Been 1 year and 5 months. I need to quit cigs, if nothing else, financially. Herb Hoover said, yeah, that's a big part of it afterwards. The stroke is depression, but the most common sign of a stroke is that your left side of your face will droop and you start slurring your words. Yeah, I've heard that. The only thing I've heard about what it feels like to have a heart attack is like an elephant is sitting or standing on your chest, and I just can't even imagine. But it's different for different people, I know that. I guess it depends on the severity of the heart attack, obviously, but yeah. Ooh. Excuse my sound effects. I'm not a fit man trying to get up on a stool. And I said I was going to stop after I did this torch, but there's too many people watching, and I hate leaving when there's a lot of people watching, so we're going to keep going. Unless I crash hard, but when I get tired, it's usually suddenly, but right now we're tolerable. Let me get this cord out of my way. Herb Hoover says to me, this is a big part of the therapy is talking to other people. Amen. I feel the same way. Mental therapy is good as well. Especially when you're in a depression, being able to talk to other people, it's like being able to hang out with people in person. So it's a good little release to vent if necessary. And just take your mind off of things and see how dysfunctional the rest of us are and stuff like that. All right, let's get back on it. I'm finding little bitty areas where the veneer is coming off. It's not very pronounced, but it happened on the torch, and so far I've gotten lucky, and the veneer I see popping off has been in the waste area, but that tells me the odds are there, so it's probably a flaw in one portion of the wood. But it's not the norm with this wood. As long as that veneer breaking off stays in the waste area, I'll be happy. Okay, catching up on comments. Okay, I need to back up a little bit. Well, I missed quite a few. Let me catch up here. Okay, Mac Pierce says no crashing allowed. I hear you. Lawrence Aldridge says, and your arms at the elbows feel like you want them to fall off. I've felt that before, sadly. And Anthony Campbell says, to be honest, I was on a roof putting the belt down. After checking it, all of a sudden just felt really dizzy and sick. Sorry to hear that. John Nave says, this got me through when I lost my fiance. Yeah, these chats can be therapeutic and having something to watch. Anthony Campbell says, got down and got to feeling a little better. I have issues with my blood sugar, so I thought that was it. And the wife brought me some lunch. Ate and started dry heaving, and then all of a sudden it was like I had a ratchet strap around my chest. Lord, I can't even imagine. I don't know who Herb is talking about, but he says that's okay. I done one, and I'll send you a message later on. Lawrence says I kept up checking 4 to 5 times a day. That's a sign of heart disease. Yeah, I very sorry for what y'all have gone through. I've almost passed out before, but that's the extent of. And sadly, when I almost passed out, it was on a live stream. Luckily, I had people on the panel. I was literally laying on the floor of the shop just to try to stay conscious, elevating my feet. Anthony Campbell said he had 100% blockage in his left coronary artery. Oh, good lordy. Well, I'm glad y'all are still here with us, because not everybody gets through these things. I'm doing my best. We're going to try to stick with it here, folks. But I do want to check YouTube and see if they're still holding my video hostage. And they are. God forbid I should make any money off of these live streams. God forbid. Lawrence says he has got to go. Take care of y'all, and prayers. Thank you for being here, Lawrence. Anthony Campbell says that 2016, 2013, I had stent put in. Had a 98% blockage in my Widowmaker. That one actually hurt more than the heart attack. Well, dang it. Well, y'all need to stop doing all that and let's just sit here and have fun, by God. I'm not giving you crap intentionally. Just trying to lighten the mood. All right. We're going to get going on this again, I promise. I cannot say how much longer I'll be here because I am crashing hard, tired-wise,
But I think, I talked about it earlier. I am going to go ahead and, rather than fall asleep on a live stream, I hope y'all understand, after I'm done with this area of the torch, I'm probably going to end the live stream. But rest assured, I will be back later this evening. I don't know what time, because I don't know how long I'll sleep, but we will be back. I give you my word, if I have a choice in the matter. And when I say if I have a choice, I'm referring to a laptop being crapped out, or power loss, or getting hit by a truck, stuff like that. I try to do at least one live stream a day, if not two. Some days are easier than others on doing that. Damn it! I knew that was going to happen when I was trying to do a straight line. God forbid it should stay working. Wasn't a very long straight line, but of course. Not a fan of breaking blades, just saying. Sorry for hiccuping in your ear. Catching up on comments. Too much fried chicken in the smoking. I can relate to the smoking, but not the fried chicken. Yes, and it don't cost you a lot of money. Mac Pierce says, we'll watch for you this evening, Charles. Get some rest when you need to. By God, I'll do it, and I appreciate you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more cuts on this torch, and we will go to sleep unless I get a second wind. Well, we don't have to go to sleep, but I am. That's how I roll. Well, that's how I scroll. I'm going to alter this where I drew it and make it a little wider at the top of that cut or line. Only slightly. And I got 2 little straight lines on here. I'm going to turn it around because one of them is a little close to that, so I may straighten it up just a tad off the line. Well, it is kind of an important line because
It's the lines on the torch, which would be the ridges. And if it gets crooked, it'll stick out like a sore thumb. Herb River says, I was referring to you, Charles. I'll send you a message later. All right. Good to know, Herb. Oh, only a few more cuts, Charlie. You can hold out. I'm going to sleep like a rock. I'm okay right now, Mac. I only have 1, 2, 3 more cuts before I go rest. I'll stick it out that long. I want to at least find a finishing point, and getting at the bottom of that torch is a good finishing point. And there just ain't no telling where I'll start up again on it. Two more cuts will live. Come on now. One of them's little bitty. Go and get the little bitty cut done. You got to say it like that too. Little bitty. Much love to you too, Tracy Keaton. Me and Mr. Lee have divorced again. He didn't appreciate me calling him out for talking about his live stream and invite me to get on the show. The only issue I had was, the fact that I was doing a live stream. I didn't want to end one to be on another show, which I thought he would understand, but also the fact that we're doing live streams at the same time, I guess he took that personally. But oh well. So we divorced again. Hello, Mr. Mighty Mike. Appreciate you. And I appreciate everybody joining. For those of y'all just joining, though, after this one cut, I'm going to go lay down because I'm pretty darn tired, but I will be back this evening. So make sure you subscribe, hit that button or that bell, and you'll be notified of when I go live. And on Facebook, I guess you just have to keep up with my profile because I don't know how to be notified for stuff like that. You don't have to be in the middle of it, Tracy. I was just telling you because I know you know both of us. I don't expect anybody to be in the middle of it. Yeah, worse problems to have, though. You know me, Tracy. I'm not going to try to put you in the middle of it. That's why I apologize so profusely when I accidentally messaged you yesterday. I wasn't trying to steal you from his show. I'm just tired of the little bitty drama behind the scenes, so. But it was funny, though, because he got upset when somebody else got mad at him for starting a show, and yet he talked about how we're competing, something along those lines. I don't have the exact word, but I don't want to say too much. I already have, but so I just said, okay, I'm not going to deal with this anymore, and divorce. Not me and my wife, me and Leonide, and it happens 3 or 4 times a year. We'll live. Not a problem. Much worse problems to have. I just don't have time for the petty crap. Love you too, Tracy. And I never try to put anybody in the middle. Sometimes I'm a little too public with things, but I'm just an open book with people. And I'm not here to slander him. I just explaining. Because you probably hear more than one side of it, but I did screen captures to show that I'm not a liar. There's one thing I don't do is lie. But I can be a bit dramatic. I know that's an utter shock. I don't try to be, but it happens. All right, let's get this puppy done. I won't say I'm dramatic, but I am involved with dramatic stuff, so I guess by default maybe I am. The main thing being is every time he gets upset with me, he'll kick me out of any of the groups that he runs, and that's the part I think is getting petty. So that's why I just said, okay, screw this. I don't kick people out of groups unless it's really bad. That's all right. I'm an adult. Sometimes. No regrets. But this goes out to everybody that does shows, and majority of them know this. The internet's big enough for all of us. It's not a competition for me. I appreciate it, each and every one of you that watch, but you're not required to, because there are other shows out there, but I do appreciate it when y'all stop by. I'm not here to slander anybody. There's a couple in the world that I would like to, but I try to hold back. Because no good comes out of it. I'm catching on something. Well, That's what it is. That piece just jumped. That means I had a piece of debris under there. And I don't even know where it is. I just felt it. You even heard the sound change. I had a little bitty piece of debris right there that was under the wood, and that's why it jumped. I'm surprised I was able to stay on the line at all. Catch up on comments here. Lord, apparently there's a few. Da-da-da-da. Oh, I can't follow a Facebook page because I have them blocked unless you're talking about the koala thing. Yeah, and Tracy Keaton, I get it 100%. I always tell people you're never required to be here because I know people have options of stuff to watch, and I don't expect everybody and their dog to be here. There are other shows, and I don't mind people going to watch it. It's not my choice to make. Some people do feel like, well, I can't believe you did a show during mine, but it started after mine if you want to be honest about it. Anyway, love you too, darling. Matter Max says, might cut the koala tonight if I have enough wood. Anthony Campbell says, we're talking to each other. Kiss it, Mike. I'm not even going to read it because you're a butt monkey. Yeah, I accidentally messaged Tracy Keaton last night. I was trying to send the link to my brother to be on the panel, and I knew she was going to be on Lee's show, so I didn't want to interfere with that because, I say we're not competitors, but I don't want to steal panel members either. So it was kind of funny. And I said, well, I'm so sorry. That was meant for my brother. And Josh Grover has joined us, so I'm not going to end the live stream yet because it's not fair to him. But plus, I've got a little bit of a second wind, so we're going to keep going, and I'm not hurting my own health. Yeah, Josh says, believe it or not, that's why I chose to do a lot of the big cuts after I started doing a couple little ones, and then I said, if I get these big cuts done, it looks like I'm getting more done. So I'm going to keep going. Yeah, it helps if I don't cut things the size of a billboard. This is 16 wide by 18 3/4 tall. But yeah, it doesn't take it quite as long. I'm going to go up to the top of the torch here, and look, I'm going to get nervous. Oh my God, he's going to break yet. Don't break yet. But see, this is so unimportant to me as far as the actual project that when I get done, if I wanted to, I just snap that torch right off and say we lived through it. Because if we're being honest, we know this piece is going to sit in a pile when I'm done with it. So if I just chunk it over my shoulder, that's all right. I can make another one if I need to. It would be dorky, but I'm just that weird. You never know what I'll do. All right, Josh just joined us. So it doesn't, and that we still have 13 people watching. I don't like to end live feeds when there's more than a handful of people watching. So we'll live. I'm not hurting my health. I'm just a little bit tired, but we'll deal. Worst problems to have. What do y'all do? That's how I start my live streams, by God. I don't say, hello, everybody. That's Wesley Balco's thing. Miss him. Hope he's doing all right. I haven't checked recently. Taking a swig of the old Dr. Pepper. Welcome home, Josh. Anthony Campbell says, please don't do that. I would have another heart meltdown. Yes, sir. I did get more Dr. Pepper. I realized it was like one or
1:30 in the morning. I said, you know what? I can wait till tomorrow to start up another live stream. John Nave says, have you tried eBay with a reserve bid? I've tried that, and I ended up owing eBay money because you have to pay to list, or at least you did at the time. And the same with some other sites or Etsy or stuff like that. So yeah, I rely on word of mouth, which is out there, but most people don't want them. But anyway, that sounds pitiful. Most of it is Facebook Marketplace and selling pages. So there's that. But I am just dorky enough that when I got done with this, I could just hold it up in front of y'all and break off that torch saying, see how easy that was? You know, it's all right. The world didn't end. Old Wes has been working on Intarsia, I believe. I don't know if he's been doing live streams for it or not, because I'm so busy doing live streams. I suck at keeping up with people. Okay, I am going to do it this time. I'm going to finish the top of this torch, and then I am going to go lay down. I'm sorry, I'm just getting a little tired, but I'm not going to hurt myself. So me forcing myself to stick at it a little bit longer is not dangerous to my health. It's just me putting off a nap. All right, now this is going to vibrate a bit if I don't hold it down, because, you know, this little star right here is barely holding on to the torch, and the torch is not attached to the top of the piece, so we're going to hold it. Using my fingernail again at the top of that to hold it down. Because the cut is too close to the edge to put my finger all up in there, so going off the line to make it a little less brittle at that point. But my fingernail is sitting right here on the end of it, so it's not going to go anywhere. And we're going to catch up on comments. Tracy Keaton says, I don't think that's true, man. To tell you the truth, tune in for the artist and the conversation. All right. Anthony Campbell says, Ash, I don't know what that means. Wish I had the patience to do some Intarsia. I don't. Well, I'd say I don't. Maybe I do, but can't afford all the different species of wood. And that's me trying to learn something else. It's just not feasible. Tracy Keaton says, I absolutely adore Intarsia. I bought a book last year that opened my eyes. A whole different, whatchamacallit, absolutely gorgeous stuff you can create with a little bit of different wood. Yes, sir? Ma'am? Sorry. As long as you can envision it, you can make it. Yep. A lot of it is shaping and different species of wood and getting them together. I had a book, too. I might have lost it in the fire, though. But as pitiful as it sounds, I can't afford to, even in little bitty pieces, I can't afford to go out and get exotic wood. So we'll just stick with scrolling for now. Or that is scrolling, but you know what I mean. Portraits. Okay, we're going to hold that down because this whole piece will be jumping all over the place.
But when I get done with the torch, I will be laying down for a nap because I'm way behind on beauty rest. I'm not as pretty as I once was. I don't know that sleeping will help it, but it'll be fun trying. Because my pillow is my best friend. It never pushes me away. If y'all are here for maturity, it just ain't gonna happen. But if I can teach 1 or 2, 3 things, I'm happy. And if I can keep you smiling or laughing at me, that'll work. Whatever works to make you happy, by God. Or I could be talking like this, kind of like Bob Ross. Happy little accent. And then I'd be putting y'all to sleep, and we'd all be sleeping, by God. Anthony Campbell says, no comment. I have no idea what that's in response to because I've said so much. Sean Twain says, I prefer segmentation over intarsia. It's cheaper on wood, LOL. One bit of wood, then stain each cut. Yeah, segmentation can be the same species of wood, and it's just cutting different shapes and putting them together. Intarsia is different kinds of wood and shaped. Yeah, don't sleep with the cat on the bed. That's funny right there, John. You got me. And Matt got that too. Yeah, that was. We still haven't been able to look at each other face to face. And Tracy, I will tell you that story if you're so and if you're curious enough to ask, but to want to know about the cat story. I won't repeat it because it's earlier in the day, but I'll message you about it if you want me to. But you'll have to message me because I'll forget, because every time I end these live streams, I forget everything I was supposed to do after it. But yeah, the cat funniest story. Wait, the cat funniest story? The cat story is funny. See, my mouth is already asleep. It's not real family friendly. So I'll message me on Facebook, Tracy, and I will tell you the traumatic cat story. But it's not real family friendly, and sadly it's real, but yeah. Diddly. We're gonna light us a stogie. So before this live stream ends, Tracy, write to me on Messenger so I don't forget to write to you and say, tell me about the cat story. It's a short story, but it's funny, and it's not entirely family friendly. Don't get me started giggling again. I believe everybody watching that's commenting was here for that story. That's funny. Okay, let's get going. She wrote to me, tell me the cat story. But you need to be sitting down when I tell you the story, and you might have to get a lobotomy after I tell the story, because part of it's a mental visual, and you may not appreciate that mental visual. I'm getting 50,000 notifications on Facebook now. And I won the Malaysian lottery, by the way. I forgot to mention that I won the Malaysian lottery. Didn't even know I had entered it, but yeah, I won the Malaysian lottery. Yeah, last night's story. Our cat likes to sleep above my wife on the bed. One night I turned the light on to go into the room and looked up. She was wrapped around the top of her head. Yeah, cat does that to my wife's head too. John Nave, I believe Russ was about ready to pee himself. He was laughing so hard. Yeah, he does that. Looked like she was wearing a turban. That's funny. Tracy, have a bucket handy. That's how much Josh appreciates me.
Okay, Tracy, be careful what you wish for. Luckily, there's no pictures to show. But I will say, me and the cat cannot make eye contact now. That probably sounds a lot worse than it actually is, but yeah. The stories that go on in our brain and presumptions can make it more entertaining. But somebody's going to start a rumor somewhere. And I can't find the pilot hole. Yeah, I can. Never mind. Don't take a drink. Go ahead and take a drink because I'm about to. I'm referring to whatchamacallit, Dr. Pepper. Yeah, it's funny. The cats always treat my wife like a cat bed. They're crawling all over her and laying on top of her and stuff. Hell, I got to move around a lot when I sleep. Mental picture is worse than the actual picture. Exactly, Josh. Yeah, if it was later at night, Tracy, I would tell the story on the live feed, but I don't want to run folks off. Trust me, if you know me, you know I could handle it. I grew up in West Virginia, and now I live in Atlanta, Georgia, if you know what I mean. Yes, ma'am, I do. But it might just change your image of me. I'm really making it. Okay, I don't know what you think. Okay, let's get back on it. Stop scarring people. Before you go, Tracy, I will be leaving as soon as I'm done with the top of this torch. But I will message you on Facebook, and we'll head off for a nap. I'm only telling you that in case I'm not here when you get back. Well, Texas is awful big. Y'all can move down here. We can all hang out and have a big old dysfunctional family barbecue. Diddly. It actually sounds like an awesomely good time. But yeah, apparently nobody wants to live here near me. That's fine. That's fine. That being said, Herb Hoover is about an hour and about 2 hours from me, a little under. I've never met him, but he's not 20 hours from me. Someday. Now, either the blade is stretching or the tension has loosened a little bit because I can see vibration in the blade. But I will say, even though I said I'd be here to finish this torch, if the blade breaks, to me that's a sign, go to bed, boy. Nope, tension's okay. Okay, comment shot by. Aussie Man Bill has joined us. Hello, Aussie Man. I didn't say it, Aussie Man, but when I'm done with the top of this torch here, I'm going to be going to bed for a nap, but I will be back later.
Charles Thomas says, look like you made a good headway, Charles. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. She says, back again, Charles. Are you going to take a nap? Yes, ma'am. As soon as I get the torch done at the top. There's so much pollution in the state. I just cannot breathe. I don't know how anyone does with asthma. John Nave says, I am actually more than 20 hours from you, Charles. Yeah, you're in Canada. That's a little ways away. Policy Man said that one's getting done quickly, and that's partially because of less detail and not the size of a billboard. Texas air is the worst in the USA. Bull stanky. Don't talk about my Texas girl. Charles Thomas says, we used to go to Mexico by addition. We always thought about moving to Austin, Texas. Austin, Texas is about 1.5 to 2 hours from me. See, now Tracy, this is for you. Don't you mess with Texas. Don't say it like that, but don't mess with Texas. We've got very pretty air. That's why I'm so mature. Oh, yes, girl. Do not mess with the Texas, okay? Don't do it. Don't you do it. I tell you. All right, when you get back on this, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more cuts, and we go to sleep after I traumatized Tracy in the Facebook Messenger. Be careful what you wish for, Tracy. And everybody in Texas does not talk like I do, just so you know. I'm not going to look it up because I don't want to be wrong. I'm not good at saying whole sentences with Peanut's voice, John. I just try to do. The hell? If you're just watching for the first time, maturity is not required on this show, but a sense of humor is. And the reason why that you're getting all that chatter is because of how brittle this area is. This piece wiggles all over the place if you let it. Trace Kate says, I would have to keep on using HEPA filters and breathe there. Dallas has the worst air pollution during the summer in the USA. You can look that up because it's the truth. I don't believe you, Miss Tracy. I'm just messing with you. Actually, what I heard is Pasadena, Texas is some of the worst air, but they call it Stinky Dina because there's refineries and stuff around there, and it always smells kind of funny down there. But that's quite a ways from Dallas. But I live in Gatesville where the air smells like cow poop, and that's all right. Come on now. I thought you loved me, Tracy. I thought you was about ready to move to Texas, but okay, I see where your love ends. All right. We could have had a long, beautiful life together, but if you don't want to be in Texas, fine. Be that way. Well, a long life, not necessarily a beautiful life, because I've seen me. I probably need therapy, but I don't want it, so depends on who you talk to. Three more cuts, and then I'll traumatize Tracy and Messenger. And I'll just tell you now, Tracy, the message won't be sugar-coated. I mean, I usually try to use respectful words, but I'm just going to, throw it out there and see if you ever speak to me again. That sounds really bad for anybody who doesn't know what the heck I'm talking about. You need to design 40-inch deep throat scroll saw for the personal use. Hell, let's go for 60. Where are we at? It would be living next door to a slaughterhouse and smelling that stuff. You definitely want to wear a mask. Yes, sir. Ma'am, sorry. John Nave says, I live on a 7-acre with no small smell, but my 160-acre farm definitely manure smell. Call me
call me dork, which most people do anyway. Now, when I say this, I love the smell of cow poop, but that does not mean I go up to cow patties and get on the ground to sniff it. That's not what I'm talking about, folks. The smell of cow manure reminds me of the country, and I love being out in the country. That is why I like the smell. So stop those dang rumors. I know three of y'all started typing on some blog somewhere. Oh my God, he sniffs cow patty. No, I do not. I love the smell of hay and cow manure because it reminds me of the country, and I love the country. Honey, it would be the same for me in the desert. I would not be able to breathe. Think I'll stay on this southeast coast. Okay, fine. I thought you loved me. Thought we were going to have a long life together. If you want to be that way, by God. All right. Fine. Thought we was going to run away together, but you don't want to be near me. You don't love me. Y'all heard it here, folks. Tracy Keaton is not in love with me. I'm kind of crushed right now, but y'all bear with me. Well, I'm grown too. I don't know how to finish that sentence. I don't know what the reference to I'm grown is about, but okay. Unless you're talking about me not sugarcoating the story. Okay, yeah, there's that. 2 more cuts. But I will say you may want some mental bleach. 1 more cut, my friends. Alright, so for now we are done, but I promise you, barring something out of my control, I will have another live feed later. But let me catch up on whatchamacallit's comments.
You can do the big projects and everything would be supported at all times. Beautiful deal, good for me. Oh, I had no idea how far back I was on this video. Sorry guys, not a problem. My she shed is inside of the home. I do have insurance. Love that State Farm commercial. I burned down my she shed. Cheryl, can we please stop saying she shed? Really? Because the she shed's burning up in the backyard. All right, folks. I'm going to go ahead and let y'all go. I know there's 16 people watching, so it breaks my heart to end the live feed. But please make sure you subscribe on YouTube and click on that bell. You will not miss the next live feed. It will happen unless something out of my control happens. And on Facebook, just follow my profile. I don't know how to get notified on Facebook, but we're going to come on back and we're going to do this here. I'm going to write to you on Facebook before I go sleep, Miss Tracy, but I appreciate everybody being here. And by God, we have fun, and we're going to catch me on the flip-flop. But you know what I'm going to say before we go, right? And it ain't pull my finger. It is scroll on.